Hello, everyone, and welcome back to yet another session on polity and constitution. I hope I'm audible as well as visible. Great, audible and visible. Let's wait for those to join and then we'll begin our discussion for the day. Okay, so let's begin our discussion for today. Others can keep on joining. We'll start with a quick recap of what we covered on Wednesday because Thursday was a holiday. So in the previous class, we had taken up for discussion. We were discussing about the chapter Parliament. So some remaining topics like the importance of Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, special powers of Lok Sabha, special powers of Rajya Sabha, right? And then anti-defection law, very important as a topic. Schedule 10. Finally, we discussed the issues pertaining to the defections in the country. Why did we need this law? What are the provisions of this law? Disqualification, then deciding authority, all such things, including towards the end the issues and concerns pertaining to the law. Finally, we took up for discussion parliamentary committees, right? And when it comes to these parliamentary committees, we had covered PAC, the Committee on Public Accounts, Rule 308, Lok Sabha rules. That is what we had covered in the previous class, apart from some smaller topics like, the leader of opposition, parliamentary privileges, etc. So today, we'll discuss the topic remaining committees which are important and also state executive governors, and if time allows us, we'll also cover the topic state legislature. Now, first up, I hope you have been following up with respect to your revisions, monthly magazines being done properly in time. Your book political theory is being covered regularly. Apart from it, Yojana and Kurukshetra is something we had started. So you must have covered all these things beyond two important elements of revision and previous year questions. I hope answer writing is going on and we are now writing answers on a regular basis. The first target is to write answers which have for questions which have been asked in the examination before. Clear? So this is all about some basic information. Now let's move on and begin our discussion for the day. But first up, as we know, 5 questions for the day, starting with the very first question. 45 seconds of time. Please mark your answer. Okay, easy question, of course. Great, a lot of you got it this correct. Which of the following statements is or are correct regarding the removal of Vice President of India? He can be impeached only on the charge of violation. This ground is only for the president, not for the vice president. What's the ground of removal for vice president? Nothing is mentioned in the constitution. So one is wrong. Second, on the removal of the president, CGI takes charge as the vice president. Nonsense. We don't need that. As far as the presiding officer role is concerned, we already have a person called deputy chairperson who will take care of the role of vice president as a chairperson in the Rajya Sabha. So 2 is also wrong. Hence D, neither 1 nor 2 being the right answer. Moving on to the next question. Weird that a lot of you marked A and B also as the answer. Anyway, which of the following statements is correct? It can be introduced in either house. Not really. Censure motion is introduced only in the Lok Sabha, not the Rajya Sabha. So, of course, A is wrong. Unlike an NCM, it can be introduced only against an individual minister. No, censure motion can be introduced against single ministers, also entire council, against both. An NCM can be brought only against entire council, right? So B is also wrong. If passed, the concerned minister must resign. Nothing of this sort happens. If you remember, I gave the example of how politics has changed from 1950s to today. When Nehru and Patel, when they were fighting, they were willing to resign. But today's ministers or even the MPs will never resign. So wrong. D, none of the above is the right answer. Moving on to the third question. Please read, mark the answer accordingly. Why have people marked C as the answer? See, one is correct, of course. But unlike calling attention motion, 0R is Indian innovation. Calling attention motion is also an Indian innovation. Remember, both of them are Indian innovations. So the statement said, unlike a calling attention motion, which is not an Indian innovation, 0R is an Indian innovation. So 2 is wrong because both of them are Indian innovations, right? So A, 1 only is the right answer. And moving on to the next question. Okay, good. First up, incorrect is important. Incorrect. All financial bills are money bills, but not all money bills are financial bills. Of course, this is wrong. Yes or no? It's the other way around. All money bills are financial bills, but not all financial bills are money bills. It's like this. This is a money bill and this is financial bills. Joint sitting for passing money bill is presided by the speaker. There is no joint sitting for money bills. Is there any joint sitting? It is not there. Money bills do not have any concept of joint sitting because Rajya Sabha has no power over money bills. Wrong. 1 and 2 are both wrong. Incorrect. C. Both 1 and 2 are incorrect. Moving on to the last question. Okay, a lot of you marked B as the answer. What statement do you feel was wrong? Expunction means deleting words which are unparliamentary, etc. Defamatory, one is correct. Adjournment sine die means when no date is fixed for the next meeting is correct. And casting vote is a tiebreaker vote given to the presiding officer. 3 is also correct. All three words are correctly defined. So C, all three is the right answer. We've discussed all these three words at separate places. Adjournment under the topic precedent, right? And casting vote and expunction. Clear? That's it. We are done with the questions for the day. Expunction may be recorded. That is why we say from proceedings or records. Or option is there, yes or no. Don't write the same thing again and again. Read the statement carefully. What if it goes on record by mistake? Because the official sitting there, what if they write it? Then also the presiding officer has full right to delete those words if they are indecent or defamatory. It does not mean if something by mistake has gone on record, has been added in the debate, it can't be removed later on. It can at any point of time, right? That's the beauty of the presiding officer's power. Anyway, so we are done with the questions. I hope you are satisfied today with your performance. Oh, it seems so. A lot of you are getting all 5 correct. Kirtana, Rupal, Abhishek, Janvi, Soumya, Madhumita, Sanskar, KR, Hilo, Shali, Sejal, Adarsh. And then others getting 4 correct. The list continues. Great. Okay. Moving on now to the topics at hand. Discussion. Let the discussion begin for our topics today. First up is the estimates committee. So estimates committee is also a type of financial committee. Meaning what? Evaluation of the financial performance of the government. That is what is the estimates committee. So this estimates committee was also set up in the year 1921, of course, after the PAC. Now, estimates committee has a very important element to it. Estimates committee is an example of what kind of committee has members from one house only? Tell me, what is that committee called? A committee which has members from one house only. Okay, it's called a select committee. Don't write estimates committee. Select committee. Estimates committee is an example of a select committee. It has members from one house only, and that house in this case is Lok Sabha. So select committee has 30 people, all 30 from Lok Sabha only, right? This committee, interestingly, is also known as Continuous Economy Committee. Why? Now, because of the kind of performance of the functions, kind of functions it performs. Rule 310 talks about the estimates committee, and of course the chairperson of this committee is appointed by the speaker, and very important, chairperson of estimates committee is the MP from ruling party. So unlike in the case of PAC, in the case of PAC, the chairman of the PAC should come from the opposition party, but here the chairperson should come from the ruling party. This would also tell you a very important element, that this committee does not perform the functions of evaluating government expenditure. Are they clear? Because if it was evaluation, then it should have had an opposition party member as a chairperson. So yes, this committee does not actually perform an evaluating kind of function. It only gives suggestions, right? This committee just gives alternatives on how to improve the expenditure. For example, let us say you have planned to buy some piece of clothing, some shirt, t-shirt, dress, jeans, whatever. Let's assume you have to buy some jeans. Now, that's your decision you have made, and your budget is say 10,000 rupees, and that's what you have thought, I'll buy a jeans worth 10,000 rupees within that range. Now, as a friend, your friend may help you in making a more informed purchase. For example, the friend can tell you that don't purchase right now, wait for the sale. There is a sale around the corner, maybe in the month of Diwali, etc. There'll be a sale. Or please go to that mall. When you go to that mall, there's a discount going on, purchase that. Your friend is not going to tell you, why do you need the jeans? What are you going to do in life? Sit in the room and study. Who are your friends? Where are you visiting? Don't purchase jeans. No. Decisions have been made to spend money. I will not question your decision. I am only going to suggest to you how to spend the money in the best possible manner. The task of estimates committee. Clear? To report and to give suggestions on what economies, what improvements in organization, efficiency, and administrative reforms which are consistent with the policy underlying the estimates. What estimates? Budget estimates. Underlying the budget estimates can be affected, can be performed. Meaning, the point here is that the committee is going to make suggestions on how to improve the performance of any organization, improve the performance of any ministry by spending in a more judicious fashion. So remember, we had studied an example of a scheme, Pradhan Mantri Bodybuilder Yojana. Now, this committee can give suggestions that if you want to purchase uh, the protein powder, why don't you purchase from some local authority, maybe some local company? Why do you need to purchase from some international company? No need. So you, or rather than purchasing from some costly company like say On or Dymatize, you go and purchase from Muscle Base. Alternative. I'm not saying the scheme is wrong. I'm saying if you have decided where to invest and how to make the purchase, that's the task of an estimates committee. Clear? It also suggests alternative policies in order to bring about efficiency in economy and administration. Alternative policies can also be suggested, right? And finally, to examine whether the money is well laid out within the limits of policy implied in the budget estimates. So when the government has gotten the budget approved in the house, this committee also looks into whether the money that has been approved by the parliament is sufficient for that particular scheme or program or not. This is a task of estimates committee, and because it reports throughout the year on what kind of savings can be made with what administrative reforms, hence called a continuous economy committee. Clear? This is what is an estimates committee. Now, there are some inherent challenges with the estimates committee also. Challenge number one is it will examine the budget estimates only after it has been voted upon by the parliament. Meaning, when the budget has been voted and approved, then the budget is sent to the what? Sent to the estimates committee. The task is done already, and they have already sent approved the budget. Now the estimates committee becomes, the role becomes very confined, that within the framework of the budgetary exercise, you can make some suggestions, right? You cannot go outside the framework because the scheme has been decided, it has been approved, it will be implemented. So all I can now suggest is what? All I can suggest is that how to better spend the money on the scheme. Number two, it cannot question the policy laid down by the parliament. It can suggest alternative policies, right? But it will not uh, question the policy laid down by the parliament. For example, if the policy laid down is to give protein powder to all the kids in the bodybuilder yojana, this committee can suggest that because protein is important, why don't we provide eggs to kids? Increase the uh, or rather addition of milk products in the midday meal scheme. Those things can be done, can also be done. This kind of alternative can be suggested, but you will not question useless scheme, remove it. No, that can't be done. Then its recommendations are advisory in nature. And look at the very important element here. This committee comprises of 30 people who are MPs also, by the way, mind you. These MPs are also working in the parliament, raising questions, zero hour, question hour, all the drama. They take part in debates, discussions. These MPs also have a constituency where they work for the betterment of the people of the constituency. So eventually, what happens is, because of all these things, the task performed by these MPs in these committees becomes very restricted, very narrow, right? And there are 50 plus ministries. Every ministry has so many departments. Giving suggestion to better spend money on one scheme or policy is a huge task. So it cannot give suggestions for all the ministries and all the departments, right? It is very limited. It can only give suggestions every year to handful of ministries and departments, maybe around 5 6 ministries, 10 15 departments. That's it. Because giving a suggestion, giving an alternative suggestion on how to better invest money and all requires a lot of effort, right? So this is with respect to the fourth point. It examines every year only certain selected ministries and departments because of lack of time, of course, and the amount of effort required into giving genuine suggestions. And lastly, see, when it comes to the PAC is also helped by the body called CAG. Yes or no? CAG acts as a friend, philosopher, and guide to the PAC. But estimates committee gets no such expertise help. It lacks the expert assistance of the CAG, which is available to the PAC. So no help from any other body. They have to do everything on their own. Unlike the PAC, which does get the help of CAG. Clear? So that's it. We are done with the estimates committee. Now, moving on to departmentally related standing committees. These are very important committees. Now, let me just clarify. The DRSCs were not there originally in the Lok Sabha rules. They were added later on. So, they are mentioned under Rule 331C. Okay, added later on. So originally they were not there. They were introduced in 1993, where originally we had 17 DRSCs. Now we have 24 DRSCs. DRSC, departmentally related standing committees. Now there are 24 such committees, and let me remind you, every committee comprises of members from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. So just to point out on the membership here, members 21 from Lok Sabha and 10 from Rajya Sabha. Now, because there are 24 such committees, it may be slightly difficult for the speaker or the presiding officer to control the functioning of these committees. So what we have done is we have bifurcated these committees into two. Some committees are put under control of the chairperson of Rajya Sabha. Some committees are put under control of chairperson of Lok Sabha. Are we clear on this? These committees which are under the Rajya Sabha, they also have the same kind of membership. Both MPs of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha are there. It is just that if a committee has to function, when should it function? What are the dates? How to take the report? What if there is some administrative expenditure for the committee, A4 sheet, photocopy machine, all these things. So for that, the bifurcation has been done. Some committees will take the help of Rajya Sabha chairperson, and some committees will be controlled by the Lok Sabha speaker. But members from both these committees or in both these committees come from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. And look at how the names are there of these committees. DRSC on Commerce, DRSC on Home Affairs, DRSC on HRD, DRSC on Defense. So the budgetary exercise, when it is broken down to various parts, the defense part of budget is sent to DRSC on defense. The finance part of budget sent to this. The health part of budget is sent to DRSC on health, right? And one more thing, the DRSCs are also referred to as parliamentary committees in general. Okay, so in the newspaper, you may see this term parliamentary committee on something, health, law, etc. That is also a reference to DRSC only. Okay, don't be confused what kind of new committee is this. It is a DRSC only, but normally the DRSCs are the ones which are actually referred to commonly as the parliamentary committees. Okay. Now, the idea of DRSCs is to help the MPs in debating the budget more effectively, right? They deliberate on range of subject matters, bills, budgets of all ministries, ensuring that the parliament keeps up with the growing complexities of governance, ensuring a check on the ministers, their performance, etc. So, what exactly are the functions this particular committee performs? Scrutinizing the budget, helping the MPs debate effectively. Remember, there's a committee stage where the budget is sent to these committees. So, it is after the report of the committees that the MPs actually can vote properly through cut motions, etc., and discuss on the various demands. Right? That's it. Secondly, examining bills referred to it by the parliament. Now, this is not mandatory. Okay, this is optional. Don't think that it is mandatory. So, if the presiding officer decides, then a bill can be referred to the what? Bill can be referred to the DRSC. Otherwise, it may not be referred to DRSC. And in looking at the recent history of our bills, most bills are not referred to DRSCs. Then, every ministry, every department has a long term policy. For example, your long term policy could be clearing UPSC. So, long term basic policy documents of ministries are also evaluated by the DRSC's respective committees. They can look into the long term basic policy documents of various ministries, various departments. This is done. And every year, the ministries release on their website the annual progress report of sorts, of a report of what they did in the last 1 year, what activities they undertook in the last 1 year. And the DRSC will evaluate those annual reports also by looking into whether the tasks were actually done by the ministries or not. Okay, whether the tasks were performed by the ministries or not, that will also be looked into by the uh, DRSC, considering the annual reports of ministries. So all these things are done by the DRSCs. They largely provide some kind of technical expertise on the bills. And let me just clarify that the, the DRSCs are reservoirs of authentic information. They prepare exhaustive reports on various topics, enlightening all our MPs with a gamut of information on government activity in the field of defense, agriculture, commerce, health, etc. Informing our MPs, right? Making them understand what steps are to be taken in future, giving suggestions, inputs, etc. Clear? So it is very, very important that their structure, their mandate, their rules, their directions governing it, convention it follows, the effectiveness and control of presiding officer is a must in all these committees. The performance of these committees will go a long way into informing our MPs in the parliament on what is happening in every ministry. Otherwise, for most of the points, it will simply, most of the bills, laws being passed, the MPs will have no idea, no clue whatsoever. Clear? Okay. Now coming to problems, issues. What exactly are the problems? Now, first up, we have said right now the point that, these committees comprise of MPs who will prepare reports on certain ministries' performance, reports on the budgetary allocation to certain ministries, etc. Uh, that would require some kind of knowledge in that department or area. So you would think that, oh, some the MPs who have a lot of knowledge in the field of health are the ones who are put inside the DRSC on health. That's not the case. The membership is not based on expertise, rather it is based on political considerations, seniority in a party, and not expertise, right? So a senior member of a party has a better chance of being a member in a committee than a junior newly elected MP in the Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, who may not have that kind of standing in his party. That's it. Now, attendance is poor, meetings are irregular. Now, why is this happening? There are two reasons for it. See, firstly, understand there are so many committees, right? We have limited number of MPs and MLAs. Even if you look at the very basic DRSC, how many DRSCs are there? 24 DRSCs, right? How many members in one DRSC? 31 people. 24 into 30, 744. We have 788 MPs in the entire parliament, of which 60-70 are ministers only. So MPs can be members of multiple committees. It's not can, they are actually. A single MP is a member of multiple committees. So because of that, since you are a member of multiple committees, the first problem that happens is overlap of functions, yes or no. The very first problem is that since you are a member of multiple committees, you may not be able to do what? Sit in and take part in various committee meetings. So first reason for this is common membership. Secondly, also understand that these MPs are not free sitting idle every day. These MPs are also performing a very, very important task, and that task is what? Questioning the government in the parliament through various tools available to them. Also, these members, MPs, have a social obligation towards their constituency. So, social obligation towards constituency. So we don't really see the MPs having that much amount of time to be a part of all these committees and also genuinely contribute. See, I'm saying this, these committees don't have a party bias. They're free from party bias. But the point is I have to also be there and attend meetings with a lot of focus, because when I am trying to evaluate the functioning of a ministry, that ministry takes every decision after so many IAS officers' brains have been used in creating and coming up with a decision. And to question that, you need to be adept at intricate details. You need to have the knowledge of various facets about the ministry, the performance of functions. It requires time to build knowledge. It won't happen overnight. And as a single MP with so many tasks at hand, don't expect me to contribute fully to all these committees. It may not be possible, right? That is also reason why the reports get delayed. When these committees submit reports, delayed submission of reports happens. Then in the recent times, one very unique thing that we have seen is the government's lack of interest in actually getting those bills sent to these committees, because the government says these committees take too much time in giving report on the bill. It wastes time. We want to pass the bills quickly, immediately. That's what we want, right? So the point here is that I'm not saying the government is angry and all, or the government feels afraid. No, the point is that government feels that in fact uh, the real reason it has been found is that government does not send the bills to DRSCs because of inaction of ministry, or the due to ignorance that no, what will the committees do, what recommendations can they give. It is never due to political reason that if I send a bill to committee they can find mistakes there. No, 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 it will never happen. Largely, it is the belief that the committees take a lot of time to give reports and the bill is pending. The government feels we have to perform tasks quickly, launch the bill, make it an act, implement it immediately. So, in a hurry, That is why bills are rarely referred to these committees. It has come down drastically. I'll give an example of this point. So the 14th Lok Sabha, okay, the number of bills referred to the committees was 60%. This is, or not number, percentage of bills. Percentage of bills sent to DRSC. So look at the 14th Lok Sabha, 60% bill. The 14th Lok Sabha refers to primarily the Lok Sabha of 2004 to 9. Then the 15th Lok Sabha, the number of bills sent to these committees was 71%. Out of 100% bills, 71% bills sent. In the 16th Lok Sabha was the 2014 to 19 one. Here you'll be surprised. 27%. Not even 1/3 bills are being sent to these DRSCs. Classic examples: bills on CAA, Article 370, farm bills. Were they sent to the committees? The answer is no. I mean, the MPs were fighting. Please send the bill to committees. But the speaker or the chairperson refused to send the bill to committees, right? So this has also been witnessed in the recent times. From the government side, the lack of interest in sending the bills to these committees. I'm sure by the time we are into 2025, the 2024 data comes out, we'd have further seen a further decline in the bills being sent. Then recommendations are usually not accepted by the ministries. I mean, that could also be because not of the minister. Sorry, don't blame the politician, because of people like you, bureaucrats think they know everything, right? Especially after clearing the examination, where they have read a handful of things and they feel they know everything. Now they don't need anybody's expert opinion. I mean, that is one very uh, big problem with some of our bureaucrats there, that with the increase in power, ego comes up very quickly. It's said that people carry two baggages every time. So, it is said that whenever anybody goes to Labasna, he has two bags with him: a smaller bag of talent and a bigger bag of ego. That's what you carry to Labasna, right? So, and then you are trained there to have more and more ego. The distinction between a common person and you who has cleared UPSC, right? That reflects in their behavior also. So they feel, oh, what this politician can tell me, this group of MPs, are they teaching us what to do? A very good example. There was a parliamentary committee, the DRSC, on health. In its 123rd report, it had given a suggestion that we have to focus on increasing the availability of oxygen cylinders in the country. But the government paid no heed to it. In fact, even during the initial part of the pandemic, the government's focus was on purchasing ventilators. They spent the money that was received by them through PM Cares, a small amount. So we don't know where the money of PM Cares has gone. We can't ask questions also. You ask questions, you become anti-national. That's a problem. So you have to be a nationalist, right? Never ask questions. It's just like religion. If you ask questions, you're disrespecting God, mind you. So please don't ask questions from the government. Don't you trust the government? They are spending money properly. So anyway, this PM cares where the money has come. We don't know exactly where the money has gone, but at least a small portion of it, the government had released information on the website of PM cares. They have spent 2,000 crore rupees on giving contracts for ventilators. The doctors were saying later on that we want oxygen cylinders. Ventilator is the last stage where it's difficult for people to recover. But no, in fact, we had extra ventilators in some states. We saw reports of ventilators lying in some taluks of Karnataka, lying unused because of lack of knowledge on use of ventilators. But no, had the government followed the DRSC's report and focused on increasing the oxygen cylinders, so that would have been a very good example of how DRSC's reports could have been better utilized to improve governance. When we say that the purpose of DRSCs is to enlighten the MPs with a gamut of information on government activity, it also means that we have to use the information to provide for better governance in the country. So that is missing, sadly. Anyway, as I said, criticize too much and you end up in jail. So let's not do that. So these were the problems. Now, of course, if we just write problems, then it won't be nice, because then if we write problems, too many problems, then Hindu would call us and say, "Come on, join our gang of criticizing the government without any suggestions." So we have to also give recommendations. Okay. Now, recommendations are very basic. They flow through the challenges. Number one, membership should be based on expertise in the domain. Enough of seniority in the party. I mean, yes, we do respect you're a senior member of the party, but it is very important that we select people in these committees at least. See, you're a senior in the party, you can always raise questions in the parliament, right? A senior MP is given respect by the presiding officer also. So you have the power there, respect there. Let the committees be more technically sound groups, right? So membership should be based on expertise in the domain, in the area. Sending bills to DRSCs, it should be automatic. It should not be dependent on the presiding officer. Only under exceptional circumstances should the bill not be referred to DRSCs. Make it automatic. In fact, the second stage or second reading should include second reading, two parts. Number one, send bill to committees. Number two, discuss on the reports of the committees. So if you make it automatic, it would be slightly better. Then one more thing, the allegation against the committees is that they don't give reports in fixed time. So fixed timeline for DRSCs to submit reports also. That's also required. Number four, suggestions should be ideally binding. Now, let me just clarify and give you a simple idea on what exactly is this ideally binding concept. So, please focus on what I'm saying right now. Very simple to understand. You must have seen all these things that, UPSC submits a report, Finance Commission tables a report, a CAG submits a report. When these reports are submitted to the president tables them in the parliament. Yes or no? Same thing happens to the DRSCs also. They give report to the presiding officer, of course, not the president, presiding officer, and which is tabled in the parliament. The point here is, let us say, this is some report of somebody. Okay, let's say report of NHRC. What is NHRC? You can Google search for the full form. National Human Rights Commission. Let's assume NHRC has given some recommendations to the government. 5 recommendations have been given. These are recommendations. Now tell me, the NHRC report is given to whom? Given to the president. President will be submitting these reports in the parliament. But how? When the reports are submitted in the parliament, before that, the government has to go through all the recommendations, and they have to give their own copy of what steps are they going to take, or what steps have they taken on these recommendations. That is called ATR. Action taken report. So what is ATR? So on every recommendation, what action have I taken? Please mention that. On this report or recommendation, what action have I taken? Mention that. Or what action will I take? Mention that. If I have rejected some recommendation, then give reasons why. If I have accepted some recommendation, mention what steps I am planning to take. If I have accepted something, mention what steps I am planning to take. So this is called ATR, or Memorandum of Action Taken. So whenever any constitutional or statutory body submits the report to the government, it is called ideally binding. Why is it ideally binding? Because if you don't follow the recommendation, you have to give reasons why you are not following the recommendations. Are you able to understand the difference? One thing is, let's say I give you a suggestion, or a friend of yours gives you a suggestion that, please study this. You will simply say yes, okay, and ignore it. But if your parent gives you a suggestion, your father, who is paying you money, gives you a suggestion, and you don't follow it, they'll ask you why. Give me reason. That is called ideally binding. Ultimately, it is not binding on the government. You cannot force a sovereign government to follow some body's advice. But ideally binding means if you don't follow the recommendation, tell the parliament why. So we should do the exact same thing for the DRSCs also, right? DRSCs also should do the same thing, meaning DRSC's recommendation should also be ideally binding. If the government does not follow any recommendation or suggestion, tell the parliament why. What's the problem in the recommendation? Is it a stupid recommendation, or does it require a lot of money, or has the government already done it in the past and has seen no result? The people want to know. As the great news anchor says, the nation wants to know. Clear? And of course, eventually inviting outside experts from the private sector. So it can be experts with respect to some MNC, corporate, etc. Don't invite bureaucrats. Bureaucrats are already there in the government. Invite outside experts from the private sector. They can contribute with respect to the what they can contribute with respect to some new ways to improve the governance. These are things that need to be taken care of by the parliamentary committees. Okay, so that's all as far as DRSCs are concerned. Now, just to summarize all the committees, I have a table here. This is a table which comprises of all the committees that we have in the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. I'll explain the table. These are names of all the committees. Names of the committees. If a committee has MPs from Lok Sabha, how many MPs? MPs from Rajya Sabha, how many MPs? J stands for joint. If a committee is a joint committee, we have J for it. S stands for select, meaning a separate committee is there. Now you will say, sir, you are saying the committee on petitions is a select committee, but it has MPs from both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. No, there is a separate committee for Lok Sabha and a separate committee for Rajya Sabha. Select committee of Lok Sabha, select committee of Rajya Sabha. Clear on this? Everyone so far? Not difficult at all? Then, one more thing. some committees, their chairperson, we follow a very strict convention. For example, for the PAC, the chairperson comes from the opposition party. For estimates committee, comes from ruling party. These are all mentioned in the Lok Sabha rules. Okay. Then, in most of the committees, the chairperson is appointed by the presiding officer. But in few committees, like the PAC, estimates committee, etc., the chairperson comes from a specific party. And then there are three committees whose chairperson is the presiding officer only. One is the Business Advisory Committee, the other is the Rules Committee, and one more committee whose chairperson is the presiding officer. I'm writing here. Where should I write? General Purpose Committee. This committee's chairperson is also the what? Presiding officer. Clear? So some committee's chairperson is a presiding officer of the house. So in the case of Lok Sabha, it will be Speaker. Rajya Sabha, it will be the what? Chairperson. And very important, in some of these committees, ministers can't become members. In fact, in most committees, ministers can't become members because this committee is performing the task of evaluating the function of ministries only. So, if you make a minister member here, how will the committee evaluate the functions? So, can minister be a member? No, for most committees. For BSc, papers laid on the table committee and rules committee, privileges committee, ethics committee, there the ministers can become members. Or in the case of subordinate legislation committee, in the case of Rajya Sabha, may. In the case of Lok Sabha, no. Meaning the committee on subordinate legislation in the Lok Sabha, their ministers can't become members. It is mentioned in the Lok Sabha rules. But if you look at the same committee in Rajya Sabha, then it is not mentioned whether ministers can become members or not. So they may become members. That's there. Are we clear on this entire table? Now comes the biggest question. By PO, sir, ma'am, please don't ask all these questions now. Presiding officer. I am also making the statements accordingly. So we want the level of the class to start from basics, go to UPSC. Whenever I push it a bit forward, you bring me back down. No, tell me what is DRSC. Somebody asked a question right now. What is DRSC? Disappointing. Come on, be serious. Wake up from sleep. I know early morning class, but you have chosen this thug life, right? So, as I said, now comes the biggest question, which you all would have. Sir, should we mug up all these things? How do I put it? Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll ask you to solve this question, which came in 2014. That is my response to this question. Which one of the following is the largest committee of the parliament? Now, let me start a poll. Please mark the answer. Let's see. Now, see, some committees I have said are important. Of course, for example, PAC, estimates committee, and they're important. You know their number of people. But committee on public undertakings, petitions, come on, these are useless committees. I mean, not useless committees per se. For UPSC, they are useless, right? So, should we remember the names, members? You were questioning, should we remember the names? The question, the exam is about members. Imagine. So, of course, the right answer is estimates committee because the committee on accounts, 15 plus 7 people. 30 plus 0 people, 22 plus 7 people, and 15 plus 10 people. You can look at this here. See, public accounts 15 plus 7, undertakings 22 plus 7, estimates 30, petitions 15 plus 10. Now, this kind of question, if it is asked in the examination, the evaluator, I mean, the UPSC wants us to know this also. But I don't think it would be required. I mean, this is too much of information to remember and retain. For one question asked in one random year, mugging up this entire information is difficult. Maybe knowing some basic things like these two pieces of information, that can be known. It is easy. Or remembering that most committees do not have minister as a member. That's easy. So beyond that, membership of these committees, forget it. It is humanly not possible, right? You don't have to actually study only polity, right? There are 30, 40 topics to study, various subjects. So expecting an aspirant to mug up all this is illogical. Seriously, it is not possible. So ignore it. That's why I say don't chase questions. And in prelims, you don't need to score 200 marks. No special award for you. So my advice would be largely skip it. But if somebody says, no, sir, I have to mug up, then for you, it is mentioned here, mug up to your heart's content, right? But yes, focus on number 1, 2, and 3. These three committees are important. Every piece of information referred to in the committees about them is important. Yes, by presiding officer means chairman is appointed by the presiding officer. This continues. So just saying it is not important. Writing it by me is also important, right? Okay. Done. Any more queries or concerns? Any more spoon feeding required by me? Yes. When we say minister here, minister, we are referring to the council of ministers only. Who else will be a minister? This minister refers to council of minister only. Okay, great. Now let's move on. Solve one more question. This will be slightly easier for you to understand and solve. Mark the answer, please. Okay, so we know very well, according to the Constitution of India, according to the Constitution of India. So, whatever body is not in the Constitution, remove that firstly, like the PAC. Tell me, my dear aspirants, is the PAC mentioned in the Constitution? Yes or no? Please tell me. Okay. Thankfully, we have no yes so far. Yes, it is not. Oh, we have some yes. How could I not be disappointed? So, this is not mentioned in the Constitution. It is mentioned in Lok Sabha rules. So, of course, according to Constitution, this would not be correct. And secondly, all these committees submit report to the presiding officer. Remove two. This is gone. This is gone. Now, all constitutional bodies have to submit report to the president or the governor wherever their bodies are formed. So, Finance Commission, President; CAG, President; NCSC, President. 1, 3, and 4, C is the right answer. Okay, great. Look at a mains question asked in 2021 from DRSC. do department related parliamentary standing committees. Now, UPSC is hilarious. I mean, they have said department related parliamentary standing. Either you call them departmental related or call them parliamentary committees, right? Keep the administration on its toes and inspire reverence, respect for the parliamentary control. Evaluate the working of such committee with suitable examples, right? Evaluate the working of such committees with suitable examples, meaning you write about the functions of DRSCs, mention issues, in the conclusion mention suggestions. All these things have to be mentioned. Reverence means respect. Respect, inspire reverence, right? So we can mention, like I gave the example of how the case of DRSC on health, the report was not followed, or the committee bills DRSC on health, or the 27%, 60%, 71% reference of bills, right? All these things are examples. Yes, problems are issues only. I'm sorry, I wrote issues. Problems, issues, same thing. Examples, I mentioned 27, 60, 71%. I mention here 16th Lok Sabha, etc. That I can't write again and again. In summary, understand also something what I'm saying. That mention the data, right? Sometimes spoon feeding, I am putting the food in the mouth, but at least chew the food also, right? I can't churn the food in some grinder and give it to you in the mouth. So 16th Lok Sabha data, 15th Lok Sabha data, amazing, right? Okay, so this is the question. I hope that how can I count number of words? You please refer to the recorded lecture of last Friday, where I had mentioned how to count words. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very simple. You write the answer and count. That's how you count words. I mean, be serious, sir. Come on, count all the words which are three or more letters. Okay. See, in such questions, of course, you're writing the problems, definitely. But the conclusion never should be a very negative one that, nothing is happening. The government has to, wake up from the slumber and has to start performing. This kind of tone is not nice. So we always write like this, that despite some shortcomings, the committees are being used comprehensively to inform the people and the government on various areas of concern, ensuring that the governance or the administration improves in the country. So ending on a nice note, that committees are performing very well. Some shortcomings are there, will improve them. That is called having a positive frame of mind, right? So if you read the Hindu articles now, they are so monotonous in their way of just one approach, the approach of sadness and gloom. The country will fail, nothing is happening. We can't have that approach, because the evaluator wants to have people who have a positive frame of mind. So conclusion should be like this only, always. Yes, there are some problems, things are great, we'll solve those problems. Okay, that's it. Done as far as the committees are concerned, and we are done with the parliament, the state, the union executive, union legislature. Done. Now the duty of you as an aspirant to mug up all the information, revise again and again. It is very important. What matters is revision. Without revision, everything else is an utter waste of time. Clear? Now, coming to the state's executive. So, as far as the state's executive are concerned, we know very well the state's executive comprises of the governor, the chief minister, council of ministers, and advocate general. Part 5 of the constitution was union. Part 6 is states. Okay. So first up, we have the state executive, governors. Okay, governors of various states. It's for you to find out which states are these governors from, and of no concern in the exam. Don't worry. In the exam, nobody will ask you, give a photograph in a prelims and ask, which governor is this lady? Which state? Which state does this governor belong to? UPSC has not come down to that level right now. Okay, no audio visual kind of questions are there in the examination. So interestingly, we are discussing governors now. Let's read the statement. This one. This statement was mentioned by Supreme Court, a very old case called Raghukul Tilak case. The governor is the head of the state and holds a high constitutional office which carries with it important constitutional functions and duties. And the governor cannot be regarded as an employee or servant of Government of India. Yeah, right, of course. I mean, of course. That's true. So this was said by Supreme Court in the Raghukul Tilak case, 1979. So Supreme Court said that, and we believe it, right? Now, here the state means the small provinces in the country. When we say a president is head of the state, there the state means the entire country. Okay, here the state means the small provinces that the country is divided into. Supreme Court did not know when they gave the statement. This is a statement quoted from the judgment only. Supreme Court did not know that this statement needs to be explained to some aspirant in future. So they will give statements assuming that the person who reads the judgment has basic knowledge. So it's okay. Okay, moving on to this person called governor. How are they appointed? How are they removed? See, firstly, Article 153 says there shall be a governor for each state, and also, mind you, there is a possibility of having a common governor for 2 or more states. That is also allowed. This was added by the 7th Amendment Act 1956. We can have a common governor for 2 or more states also. Now, who appoints the governor? Article 155. How are they removed? Article 156. Governors are appointed by the president. They are removed by the president. By the president. Please, don't ask me, sir, real power of president? No. Article 74. Center appoints the governor. Center removes the governor. Removes. What is the ground? Not mentioned. What is a process? No process. Is there some tenure? Yes, tenure is there. 5 years. But can be removed or even transferred anytime. Yes, ideally tenure is there, but they can be removed or transferred anytime. What's the qualification? I think we had discussed this in the very first class, right? I told you of this qualification thing. Age is 35 years or above, of course. And you should be a citizen of India. No other qualification. Education not required. There is no age of retirement for governor, president and all. There is no age of retirement. Okay, so don't be confused there. No age of retirement. Are you clear on this basic information? So this is what is there. And of course, we know very well that governor's post is an independent constitutional office, as Supreme Court has said. Now, one thing that you also need to understand is that despite all this drama we are saying, uh, you need to also appreciate this element that the governor's appointment is at the pleasure of the president, who can be removed at any point of time. So we need to ensure independence of governor, especially considering what has been happening in some states. Now, for people from those states, I may not always support the state stand, because sometimes the states go crazy. They want too much of autonomy. Autonomy is very important. It should be respected also, but it should not come in the way of any kind of subnational feeling, right? So sometimes states cross that limit also. But otherwise, we have also seen recently the governors acting completely at the behest of central government and trying to disturb the governance in the state. So independence of governor is very important. How do you ensure independence? Independence in appointment and removal. Ensure that. So few things like he should be eminent in some walk of life. Eminent, very important in some aspect of life. He should be a person from outside the state. Remember, I discussed this point in the very first class. A convention. So these are recommendations of a commission called Sarkaria Commission. And this is a recommendation of a commission called Panchi Commission. Sarkaria Commission, chaired by one Mr. Sarkaria. No, he was not Mr. Sarkaria. He was a former Supreme Court judge, Justice Ranjit Singh Sarkaria. So he gave the recommendation that he should be a person from outside the state, right? He should be a detached figure, not too intimately connected with local politics of the state. And he should be a person who has not taken too great part in politics, generally and particularly in the recent past. So any politician largely should not be made a governor. That was the logic of Sarkaria Commission. Don't make these politicians as governors, especially the ones who have recently taken part in politics, right? And there is no definition of detached figure, etc. No definition of what is eminent, but the point is that he should be somebody who is knowledgeable in the field of polity and economy. Eminent person. Knowledge in polity, economy, etc. Just an example of eminence, especially required here as a governor. Okay, so all these things. Later on, one Panchi Commission also said something that when it comes to tenure, that tenure has to be fixed. You can't remove them at the pleasure of the president at any point of time. So the Panchi Commission said there should be a procedure, maybe impeachment kind of procedure, impeachment by the state legislature. Just like you impeach the president, there should be a similar kind of process to impeach the what? Governor. This will ensure that the governors act independent of the central government and are not just tools to harass the what? The state government. Okay. I think Kishan, the first point has been elaborated. What more do you want me to tell you? He should be eminent in some walk of life. I explained what is eminent. I explained what is walk of life. Now, what more elaboration do you want? Right? He should be somebody who has to be distinguished in some area of work, expert in some field of work, preferably in the field of polity or economy. Clear on this? Should we move on now? So please mug up all these things. It's very important to mug up all these things. They are statements which I have taken from the commission only. So it is not my own creation or my own understanding. These are directly quoted from the commission's reports. Okay. So don't tell me, sir, why have you written the word eminent only? Explain that. But they did not explain it. I am at least trying to explain it, what they would have meant. So see, there cannot be a fixed criteria that somebody who scored 84 marks in class 10th examination can be made a governor. That can't be a criteria. The criteria has to be somebody who's an expert in the field with wide knowledge of the field of polity, economics, and all. Now, it's also for the government to be logical and decide who is an eminent person, right? Some random person can't be an eminent person. Eminent person should be a person of respect, social standing, a popular person, right? Who has largely had a clean image, somebody who has had a detached personality, not associated with politics, no allegations of corruption, right? So these are things that you can't write. Okay. So that is there with respect to all these suggestions, right? Now, moving on to the conditions of governor's office. Governor shall not be an MP, MLA, MLC. Of course, we know this very well. One more thing, guys. Don't pose your questions on governors right now, LGs right now, because LGs are for UTs. We'll discuss UTs separately. Don't worry. After we have studied about the judiciary, then the Election Commission of India, then smaller topics will be covered where UTs will be covered. Don't worry. We'll discuss them separately. Okay. Conditions of governor's office. So shall not be MP, MLA, MLC. Should not hold any other office of profit, of course. And their emoluments and allowances cannot be diminished during their term of office, just like the president, right? To ensure that their salaries are fixed. Now, one more thing, their salaries are paid by the state government. Yes or no? Of course. The respective CFS, charged on the CFS. But their salary is decided by center. Let me use this. Emoluments and allowances. Interesting, right? Payment is made by the state. Charged on CFS. What is charged expenditure? Please tell me. Charged expenditure. Okay, no voting, only discussion. Very good. Decided by Parliament by law. What is by law? Tell me. By law means what? By law means simple majority. Remember, we're discussing the types of majorities. So all the then members means effective majority. By law means simple majority. Please don't forget this. We'll see this a lot in our discussion. By law refers to simple majority, meaning more than 50% present and voting. Okay. There's a law called Governors Emoluments Act 1982, where the Parliament decides on the salaries. Then, one more thing, oath. Oath is administered by, take a guess. Please take a guess. Who administers oath? Who administers oath to President of India? The CGI, right? So the oath of governor is administered by the Chief Justice of the State High Court. Clear? This is also mentioned in the Constitution under Article 159. So that is there with respect to oath. The one small point, a question rather. The oath of the president and governors is mentioned in which schedule? Please tell me. Soumya Raghav, Shruti, Amartya. Okay, and some of you are mentioning it. Others, My heartfelt sorry for you. It is not mentioned in any schedule. It is mentioned in separate articles. Okay. Schedule 3 comprises of oath of certain categories of people only. The names I took, they mark the correct answer. Others are writing third schedule and all. So, schedule 3 is meant for oath. Yes, you were correct. But oath of the ministers, the candidates contesting elections, the legislators, the Supreme Court, High Court judges, and the CAG. Oath of President, Article 60, VP, Article 69, Governor, Article 159. Okay, it is not mentioned in the schedules. I had mentioned here Article 159. Okay, so moving on now. Solve a question. Bit of revision, bit of current information. Let's see how many of you get this right. Oh, cool. Okay, great. Some of you forgot the first statement. Write the article for this statement. This one is correct. No criminal proceeding shall be instituted against the governor of a state in any court. Which article is that? Oh, great, nice. Article 361. Immunity given to the governors and the president. And 2 is correct. We just saw it. See both 1 and 2. Okay. Moving on now to Article 163. Okay, let me also just help you understand. At the central and state level, there is some kind of similarity of the articles. So it will help you remember these things, just to help you remember. So we have Article 74, right? Which is what? The aid and advice of the Council of Ministers is binding on President. All the drama is there. A similar article at the state level is 163. Just remember this. Similar, not exact. We'll discuss this. Very similar article. Meaning, the Council of Ministers will aid and advise the governor. Now, once you know this, other articles can also be drawn. The association can be drawn. For example, what is Article 75? The PM is appointed by the president, other ministers by the president on the advice of prime minister, collective accountability, pleasure doctrine is there, then Nayak article is there. All these things are there. A similar kind of article for the states is what? 74 plus 1, 75, 163 plus 1, 164. This article comprises of all the information like the president, the governor appoints the chief minister, and the maximum ministers is this 15%, collective accountability, all these things are mentioned there. Or Article 76. What is Article 76? Tell me. Attorney General of India. 74 plus 2, 76. 163 plus 2, 165. Which is Advocate General of the state. Or Article 78. What is 78? 74 plus 4, 78. 163 plus 4, 167. What is 78? 78 is a duty of the PM to furnish information to the what? To the president. Or Article 72. What is Article 72? Article 72 is the clemency power of the president. 74 minus 2, 72. 163 minus 2 is 161. Which is what? Which is the clemency power of the governor. So just remember this. You can draw association for other articles also. Just here, don't use it anywhere in the constitution. Just for these small group of articles. Anyway, And oh, wait, if the governor is appointed for more than two states, what is the salary? Salary is paid by both the states, and the division of the salary is in the ratio of population of the states. So whatever is the ratio of population of the states, the salary is paid by the two states in that same ratio. Okay. Now, coming to Article 163, this article is important, and you will be surprised to find that this article, even though is similar to the article at central level, gives lot of scope for governors to have independent power. Are we clear on this? Governors in the states enjoy way more powers than the president at the central level. We'll see how. There shall be a council of ministers, okay, with the CM at the head to aid and advise the governor. No problem. So, this concept of aid and advice exists here also in the exercise of his functions. But at the central level, in 1976, Indira Gandhi made the advice binding. No such change was made here. Of course, why would central government bring an amendment which would make the advice of CM binding on the governor? If they do it, how will they manipulate the state government through governor? And that is why the central government will never do this. Never. Except in so far as he is by or under this constitution, mind you. So normally the CM will advise the governor, who will perform the functions on the advice of governor of the CM. But except whenever the constitution requires him to exercise his functions on his discretion, meaning there is some concept of discretion of the governor mentioned in the constitution. Clear? So think of it like this. We have the governor, uh, and this person is following the aid and advice of the council of ministers headed by the chief minister. Fair enough. But governor also enjoys discretion. Also enjoys discretion. But the point is, who decides the discretion? I mean, there should be some clarity on this. If there is some conflict whether this is a discretion or not, who decides? The same article explains. Let's read further. Same article continues. If any question arises whether any matter is or is not a matter where the governor has to is required to act in his discretion, the decision of governor shall be final. Are you able to read it? Who decides that? The discretion of the governor is decided by the governor himself. He decides. Decided by governor himself or herself. Now, you may feel, what the hell is this? Then the CM advice is not binding only. See, largely the courts have always sided with the chief minister. Sometimes we have seen that governors have tried to act independently. See, whenever something is mentioned in the constitution that the governors have to follow independently, then it's okay. But in those areas where nothing is mentioned and we have seen governors trying to act over smart, the courts have always supported the chief minister. Why? Because of the concept of what? Parliamentary system. The elected head is always the person who has to be what? The elected head is the person who has to be the real head. The head of government is the real head. Head of state is not the real head. Same logic is used here also, right? De jure, de facto, just like the president. And in fact, other commissions have also, like, I'll give you an example of what Panchi Commission said. So Panchi Commission said that the area of discretion, the area of the exercise of discretion is limited. And even in this limited area, his choice of action should not be or nor appear to be arbitrary or fanciful. Even when there is discretion given to the president, you should not act in an arbitrary, random kind of fashion. It must be a choice dictated by reason, activated by good faith, and of course, tempered by caution. So, even though discretion is there, use it carefully, wisely, not in a random fashion, arbitrary fashion. So, again, this was the Panchi Commission's advice, but Supreme Court has always supported the what? Supreme Court has always supported the Chief Minister, because rightfully in a parliamentary system, the elected head of government is the real head and not the appointed authority called the governor, head of the state. So nothing to feel bad about, and that is how things should be also. Clear? Okay. Now coming to powers and functions of the governor. So we'll not be discussing all the powers we already know, like power of summoning the session, proing the session. Those are all exactly same powers: governor speech, mandatory speech, whatever powers you saw at the central level, they are the same at the state level also. We'll discuss the different kind of powers that the governor has, which are not there for the president, right? So firstly is this Article 356. We'll discuss this later on separately. Article 356. This is called President's Rule. So governor can recommend the imposition of constitutional emergency, which is also called state emergency or President's Rule. So once we study emergency provisions, we'll discuss this in detail. What exactly is the President's Rule? Discussions later on. Second, he acts as a chancellor of universities in the state. So basically, the governors are chancellors of universities in various states. There is no article for this. The governor acts as chancellor of university based on the state laws only. So various states have their own university laws. Based on those university laws, the governors act as chancellors. So in the recent times, like in the case of West Bengal, uh, the provision was modified by the government there, though the governor did not sign the bill only. But such provisions do exist at the state level. So state governments have made laws to make governors as the chancellor of the state universities. That can very easily be modified by a simple law passed by state governments. There is no need for parliament to intervene here. But despite them acting as chancellor, head of the state universities, this is just a formal position, okay, or a ceremonial position. Now, courts have given slightly confusing judgments, because courts normally, on one hand, say that the governor's post as chancellor is a ceremonial function only. But there is a very old Supreme Court judgment, not important, Bhurinath judgment of 1997, where the court had said that whenever the governor is discharging his duties of a separate statutory office, okay, then he is not bound by the advice of Council of Ministers, which means that whenever the government is whenever the governor is acting as a chancellor, he is performing his task under a separate law. So there he is allowed to work independently. But despite this, whenever we have seen the governors infringing too much in running the state universities, either the Supreme Court or High Courts have cancelled their power, or the state governments have tried to modify the laws only. That is there. So this is more of a ceremonial function. You come and you attend the ceremonies, Founders Day, etc. Come, eat free food, go back, enjoy, sit and watch the dance functions, sit and watch the debate competitions and all. Just that's it. Don't try to run the university. The VC should run the university appointed by the state government. Okay, that's it. Then legislative powers. So just like we have seen the case of President of India, 12 seats in the Rajya Sabha are nominated seats, wherein the president makes the appointment to those seats. Of course, on the advice of Council of Ministers here also. The governor will nominate 1/6 members of the SLC. What is SLC? State Legislative Council. Some states have councils. So, 1/6 people are nominated by the governor from 5 different fields, not 4 but 5: literature, science, art, social service. These 4 at the center also. Fifth one is cooperative movement. So, from these 5 fields, you can be nominated by the governor to be a part of council. That's there. Then the power to promulgate ordinances, of course, just like the center. In fact, all the cases we saw, the DC Vadva case, the Krishna Kumar Singh case. Do you remember these cases? Long, long time ago, we had studied all these things. You won't remember now. It is there in your notes. If you open your notes and go back one fine day, we think of revising, you'll be surprised and shocked that we have studied all these things. So DC Vadva, Krishna Kumar Singh, in all these judgments, the case was from the state government only. Remember, Bihar. So state governments or the governors also have powers to promulgate ordinances. Uh, just a small point here. Uh, Before we discuss ordinances, we will be discussing powers and functions, the passage of bills. So ordinances, we have seen the same kind of power is there, but let us first discuss the passage of bills. So the governor also enjoys the same kind of veto powers that the president enjoys: absolute veto, pocket veto, and suspensive veto. Exact same powers. This veto power is mentioned under Article 200. Are we clear? Article 200. But one small point. There will be certain situations where the president may feel that the governor may feel that the bill should be reserved for the center, for the president. This is what is called referential veto. We have borrowed this from Canada. In the Canadian Constitution, Section 55 has the same provision that sometimes, based on content of the bill, the governor can reserve the bill for the center. It's possible, meaning the president. That is called referential veto, referring the bill to the center. Clear? So let's do one thing. Let's take a break right now. After break, we'll come back and we'll see as to what are the provisions with respect to referential veto. How does referential veto work? Take a break. Be back at 8. Break, please, guys. Welcome back, guys. So, first up, what is this referential veto? How does this work? See, as far as this referential veto as a concept is concerned, let us just understand through some flow chart. So, the state legislature, is going to pass the bill to our governor. Now, governor can use some veto powers, give his assent, and all that thing will happen. But one such thing is the governor refers the bill to the president for consideration. Refer for the consideration to the president. The moment governor refers the bill to the president for his consideration, the governor's role is over. Now, the governor has no role to play whatsoever in this bill. Once referred, governor's role ends. Clear? So that's there. Now, this is of course a discretion of the president, governor. He may not send a bill for the president's consideration. Now, once the bill goes to the president, what happens to the bill? The bill can be signed by the president, assent, or the president can use pocket veto, or the president can send back the bill to the state legislature for reconsideration. For reconsideration. Now, mind you, this power of president is not his discretionary power. It's the central government's power. Clear? Referential veto with respect to state governments is not the discretionary power of the president. His veto discretion is for the center's bill only. Right? When the president sends back the bill for reconsideration, then the state legislature gets some time. How much time? The state legislature will get 6 months of time to decide on the bill. 6 months of time. Must pass within 6 months. If the state legislature does not pass the bill within 6 months, then the bill lapses. Now, when the bill is passed again, passed again by the state legislature, it goes to president. Now, my simple question to you: If this case happens at the parliamentary level, what is the president's action going to be now? If the same thing happens at a parliamentary level, what will be the president's action? Must give his assent, right? We call this a suspensive veto, right? But in the case of state government, may or may not give assent. If the president sends back the bill to the state government or the state assembly, the assembly passes the bill again, the president is not bound to sign the bill. He can use pocket veto. So at this level, two vetoes can be used together. Are we clear? This is an example of what is a referential veto. Okay? This is how the center exercises control over the states. So now you may say, sir, can the governor send back the bill? Of course. Have we not seen here suspensive veto? Governor can use suspensive veto, but the problem is if the governor sends back the bill during suspensive veto and the bill comes back to him, he has to sign it. Mandatory, right? But if he reserves the bill for the president and the president sends back the bill, it's not mandatory for the president to sign if the state legislature passes the bill again. Are we clear on this? This is what is there with respect to the referential veto, type of veto, which we have borrowed from, of course, Canada, which also is a country with a very high centralizing tendency, which shows that, center can control the state governments comprehensively and can simply refuse to give assent to bills. Clear? So this is there with respect to passage of bills. Now, to know this topic, you have to understand the passage of bills at the president's level also. If you've been revising properly, I don't think there'll be any problem. But for some of our innocent people, I'll explain again. So please follow. No third explanation. You have the videos. You can revise from the videos. I'll explain again. Hear me out. If the governor chooses to not use absolute veto, not use suspensive veto or pocket veto, what he can use is a referential veto. Meaning, if a bill comes to governor, he can sign the bill, reject the bill, send back the bill, use pocket veto, or can refer it to the center for its consideration. When the bill is referred to center, the governor has no role to play in this bill. Now that his task is over, he sits in his house, Raj Bhavan, and enjoys. The center can send back the bill, center can sign the bill, can use pocket veto, can use absolute veto, all these things. But if the center sends back the bill for reconsideration, then the state legislature, number one, has to act on the bill in 6 months only. Within 6 months, they have to again pass the bill. If they don't pass it, the bill lapses. If they pass it and they make all the changes that the center asked them to make, good, center can sign it. But if you don't make such changes, then the center is not bound to sign such a bill. Are we clear? Everyone, this is with respect to referential veto, a very unique situation. Other things stand true. Suspensive veto, pocket veto, absolute veto. So don't ask me, sir, if the governor uses suspensive veto, is he bound to sign the bill? Of course, he is bound to sign the bill, right? Now, the same thing is mentioned here. President can do what? Give assent, of course, withhold assent, return the bill. It is not obligatory for the president to give his assent, even if the bill is again passed by the state legislature and sent again to him for his consideration. Clear? This is there. So when should the governor refer a bill to the president? See, it is discretion also. When should the governor reserve the bill for the center's consideration. Number one, mandatory. This is mandatory, meaning whenever the state is trying to pass a bill which abrogates. What is abrogate? Take away, reduce. Whenever the state is trying to pass a bill which is taking away from the powers of state high court, trying to impact the state high court's power, such bills must be referred to the center. It is mandatory. It is not a discretion of the governor. He must do it. Clear? Number one. But in all other such circumstances, it is the discretion of the governor. If he feels so, discretion of governor. If the bill is ultra vires the constitution. What is ultra vires? Ultra vires means beyond the scope of. The opposite of which is intra vires. Beyond the scope of the constitution. That is called ultra vires. If a bill is outside the scope of constitution, the governor ideally should. It's not mandatory, but he should reserve it. Number two, if it is opposed to DPSP, Directive Principles of State Policy. Now, you don't know what is DPSP. Just briefly, DPSP basically contains a list of directions, advice for the government, center and state governments to follow certain basic policy guidelines when they make laws in the country. So, if the state government is trying to violate any DPSP, any welfare policy guideline, then the bills can be referred to the center. Or if a bill is against the larger interest of the country, okay, and the bill is of grave national importance in the eyes of governor, if he feels so, it's of national importance. Simple. Don't ask me, sir, what is grave national importance? We don't know. The governor knows. If he feels there is something which is of grave importance, he can do it, right? And any bill which deals with the compulsory acquisition of property. If the government, state government is trying to pass a bill which will take away people's property, such bills can also be referred to the president by the governor. First case, it's mandatory. Then all other cases, it's discretion. Okay. I hope this point is clear, and let me clarify once again. The president you see is actually advice of Council of Ministers, Article 74. It is not the advice of the personal power of the president. Okay, are we clear on this? So all this a part of Article 200. This is mentioned in the constitutional. So it is a constitutional obligation. These things are actually discretion of governor, not mentioned anywhere. He can use it on his own. Referential veto. Are we clear? Great. Now, one very important point. A few months back, there was a case in Tamil Nadu. So, for those who have no idea, we in our country, to select kids for medical colleges, have an exam called NEET examination, NEET, NEET examination. So NEET examination is basically meant for choosing kids who will then go and be a part of these medical colleges. Now, NEET examination is based on what? It is based on the very simple logic of asking questions from physics, chemistry, etc., biology, etc., 720 marks questions and all, NCRT based examination. Now, the point here is this medical college selection is an educational institution. NTA, the National Testing Agency, conducts the examination. The center has passed a law to allow for NEET exams to select students for medical colleges. This topic of technical education is in the concurrent list. Please follow what I'm saying, okay? This is a part of concurrent list. Now tell me something. If a law is passed by the center on a concurrent list topic, is that law not binding on states? Yes or no? It is binding. Now, the states can also make laws on a concurrent list topic. But the problem is, if there is any conflict between these two laws, whose law prevails? Center's law prevails, right? So, center's law will ultimately prevail. Fair enough, no problem. The same thing happens there also. In this situation, one such state, that state was the state of Tamil Nadu. It said, what is this nonsense? We don't like all this. What is this bill? Remove it. Remove this bill. We don't like the NEET examination to conduct NEET examination to select students for our medical colleges. We want to conduct our own examination. Meaning, the Tamil Nadu government wanted to pass a bill on a matter in a concurrent list subject where the center has already made a law, which is actually conflicting with the central law. Is it possible? That's a big question. Yes, it is possible. There is a small scope for this. So basically, the Tamil Nadu government tried to pass a bill which they called an anti-NEET bill. Anti-NEET bill. Interesting, right? The name of the bill was something else, but it was popularly called anti-NEET bill. Now, the reasons for this bill, they are nothing short but hilarious. The Tamil Nadu government set up a committee called A.K. Rajan Committee to give recommendations on why NEET is not a good examination. Number one, the committee said that NEET is heavily biased in the favor of physics, chemistry, and biology instead of being open to testing all possible knowledge, which is very stupid. If you are selecting students for a medical college, then the knowledge of physics, chemistry, biology is important, not of history and geography. But we don't really know what was the logic behind this. Then further, the report said that all these examinations are against social justice because it favors rich students who can take advantage of coaching. The poor cannot afford it. But if the state government takes an examination, there also coaching will be there. Yes or no? How is that related to NEET? Coaching can be for any examination. So NEET is directionless. It is anti-merit. It empowers and enables comparatively low performing students to get admission in MBBS. Hilarious report without any justification. Illogical completely. But the purpose of the report was to showcase that because the Tamil Nadu government did not want NEET examinations, they had to give a report like this. So based on this report, the Tamil Nadu government passed a bill called Anti-NEET Bill. Now, when such a bill is passed, it is not mandatory. It is not mandatory. But ideally, what should be done is there is an Article 254. 254. This article says that whenever such bills are passed, it is the mandate that, not the duty, but the governor should ideally reserve such bills for the center. If the center allows it, then such laws can continue. Are you clear? This is what is Article 254. Very important. Laws made by states on Concurrent list topics. Repugnant. What is repugnant? Opposed to, violative of. Repugnant to central laws can continue if the president gives the consent. Okay. This is what is Article 254. So ideally, governors may reserve such bills for president. That's also one example where the bill can be reserved for the president, can be by the state government. So basically, the issue here was that anti-need bill, right, was passed by the Tamil Nadu government. Tamil Nadu government sent the bill to the governor, R.N. Ravi. Now, R.N. Ravi is a former bureaucrat, but maybe he forgot Article 254. He must have cleared the exam 30, 40 years back, did not remember it. He actually sent back the bill to the state government that please suspensive veto. But the problem with suspensive veto is that once the government or the assembly passes the bill again, you have to sign it, right? Now, when you have to sign it, you are bound. But the problem here is the Tamil Nadu assembly passed the bill again. Now the governor has no power to sign a bill which is violating a central law. So this time the governor sent back the bill, sent the bill to the center. See, this is where governor's behavior was not correct actually. He should have sent the bill to the president in the first case only. You know very well that you simply cannot authorize any such bill which violates a central law on a concurrent list subject. What's the point of sending back the bill? This makes no sense. It's completely illogical, right? But sadly, the governor again sent it to the president. This is actually wrong. It should not be done. And the state government was very angry. But see, state government also knew that the governor has no power to sign such a bill. So M.K. Stalin, the state chief minister, he made also a not a very good statement. He said that the governor should not have sent us the bill. He should have referred the bill to the president in the first case only. And he made a statement that the governor is refusing to do a simple postman's job is unbecoming of the post he holds. Now, please don't call him postman and all. Yes, he has made a mistake, but don't. I'm not saying a postman job is demeaning job, but let us use words of respect for the governor. So that's why the state government also did not use nice words. After all, governor is very senior in the order of precedence. But yes, what he did was wrong, constitutionally wrong. You are not allowed to use two veto powers together. But then Article 254 is not actually a veto power. So somebody can also claim that veto power is under Article 200 only. Article 254 is not a veto power. So in that sense, maybe right. But ideally, the governor should have referred such bills directly to the center without wasting all this time of sending back bill and all. Because you know very well, even if the bill comes back to you for sign, can you give your assent? You cannot give your assent. Simple. Okay. So this is how the governors roles come into question sometimes based on their improper use of their discretionary power. I hope this point is clear. Article 254 is important. Anti-need bill is just an example of how these things take place. Clear? And the current story is that as of now, the central government has asked the Tamil Nadu government, give us Reason, clarification, why do you want to be out of the NEET examination? And the state government has said that we have prepared a response and we have responded accordingly. Now the center will resolve by approving or disapproving the bill. Clear? So as of now, the bill has not been passed. It is still pending. The center has to respond on whether they appreciate the logic given by the state government or not. Their logic is stupid. I don't want to be very harsh here, but the AK Rajan committee's logic is not correct, right? So, but anyway, so these things do happen, right? Now, some of you may say, sir, how is the governor using two veto powers? It's okay. Mistakes are happening at all levels in the state government. Don't take it too seriously. You can go and file a case in the court against the governor. What will happen? What will the court do? Nothing. Court can do nothing. Court can do nothing about this. They cannot punish the governor. Okay. So that's the situation with respect to Article 254. Done. Now, just going back to the ordinance. So, ordinance Article 213. When it comes to Article 213, the same provisions exist. If either of the house is not in session, in case there are two houses, in case only one house is there, that the house is not in session during recess, the governor can promulgate ordinances. The governor can promulgate ordinances when either house is not in session. Same logic as goes with the central level. But a few important points to observe. Ordinances which are promulgated by the state government, they cannot be issued on certain topics. Just like laws cannot be made on certain topics by the central state government. For example, there are certain provisions of the a bill wherein the governor needs to reserve the bill for the president's consideration. Yes or no? Now, please follow this. Whenever the state legislature passes a bill which contains these provisions, what we have on the screen right now, the governor should ideally reserve the bill for the president. In the first case, it is mandatory. In all other cases, discretion, but he should, right? Similarly, if the state government is promulgating ordinances like this, don't you think the governor should reserve the ordinance for the center's consideration? Because after all, what is ordinance? A law only, a temporary law. So whatever is a limitation on the bills is also a limitation on the ordinance. Clear? Everyone, whatever is a limitation on the bill is also a limitation on the ordinance. If a bill is passed by the state assembly and the governor has to reserve the bill for the center, similarly, if an ordinance is promulgated on the same matter, then the governor should reserve the ordinance for the center's consideration. Clear? So, in this particular case, example would be referential veto type ordinances. Clear? Second thing, read the third point. A similar act by legislature would have required president's consent. A similar act would have required president's consent to be held valid. Tell me, what kind of law passed by state government or state assemblies requires president's consent to be held valid? Tell me. Is there any example that you can think of where a law passed by the state assemblies requires center's approval to be held valid? Concurrent list topic laws which violate central government laws. Article 254, classic example. if the state government or state assembly tries to make any kind of law on such topics, that law can only continue if the center allows. Similarly, if the state government tries to promulgate an ordinance, anti-NEET ordinance, do you think the governor should sign ordinances? Of course not. Not allowed. If an anti-NEET ordinance was promulgated, the governor's duty was send the ordinance to the center. So a similar act by legislature would have required president's consent. Example, Article 254 type bills. Are we clear on these things? And lastly, if a bill otherwise requires previous sanction of president, you don't know this right now. Example is money bills during financial emergency. So whenever in our country we have something called a financial emergency, then such money bills of the state government can be reserved for the center. Okay. So these things are there. Are we clear on this? These are the limitations on the ordinances promulgated by the state government. Now, these limitations don't exist for the center because president need not get approval of anyone. So, some limitation on the state government. Look at this question. Asked from ordinances. Discuss the essential conditions for exercise of the legislative powers by the governor. Now, herein lies the very basic idea. Discuss the essential conditions for exercise of legislative powers by the governor. Tell me, what is the legislative power of governor? Mind you, there is only one legislative power of governor. Just one, which is Article 230. That's it. There is no other legislative power. I think in the chapter precedent, we had discussed this point that when it comes to legislative powers of the governor, of the president, we are categorizing these powers executive, judicial, defense just for our understanding. The constitution only gives one such power to the president, clearly mentioned as legislative power, and that power is what is ordinance. If you don't remember, it's a sad state of affairs. You should have remembered it. I had mentioned that there also, and I'd explained that under ordinance that now we'll be discussing the only constitutionally mentioned legislative power, which is that of ordinances. Everything else you see, summoning sessions, mandatory attendance, all these things are not legislative power. They are powers. We put them under the heading of legislative powers for our easy understanding. Are we clear on this? Are you able to understand and comprehend it? Two of the students are mentioning again and again the same kind of statements, which I am directly saying is not correct because of lack of revision properly. I had mentioned this point earlier also, that only specific topics are called legislative powers, which are mentioned in the constitution. So please, when a question like this is asked, don't start vomiting everything on the paper. The governor can summon the session, prorogue the session. It is not a legislative power. Are we clear? Something mentioned in the book for easy understanding, not in the constitution, will not be the correct answer. So, ordinances only. Now, we have to discuss every essential condition, meaning mention all these points. All these points have to be mentioned there. Clear? So, this is there. Mention the conditions. Discuss the legality of free promulgation of ordinances by governor without placing them before the legislature. Now, what you can do is, with respect to the second element, legality of re-promulgation. Firstly, mention the DC Vadva judgment, where Supreme Court said that it is a fraud on the constitution, but did not take concrete steps to say that it will not be allowed. But then later on mention the KK Singh judgment, where Supreme Court has clearly said that repromulgation without tabling them in the legislature will not be allowed. It is a mandatory. Remember, Krishna Kumar Singh, second point, it's a mandatory constitutional obligation on the president or the governor to table, or the government to table the ordinance in the legislature. It is mandatory. Repromulgation only in extreme circumstances. Mention that. And in the conclusion, you can mention some suggestions with respect to preventing the misuse of ordinances. Again, we have discussed all this earlier only. Earlier meaning we have discussed all this under the topic President, the ordinance. Clear? That's it. This is how you'll write the answer for this question. Now it all boils down to writing the answer for this question. Done? Sir, you said removal is done by president. Is there any procedure for removal of governor? Somebody is asking a question that removal is done by president. Is there any procedure for removal of the governor? Tell me, guys, yes or no? Is there any procedure for removal? That is what I say when I say wake up from slumber and sleep before asking about any question. Ground, nothing mentioned. Process, nothing mentioned. If we are mentioning these points, it reflects very poorly that sometimes your attention goes away here and there. Either you are sleeping, or you are using your phone for some other activities, or watching some YouTube shorts in the class only, right? Or chatting here and there. We don't know what. We don't want to guess also. But focus. 3.5 hours of focus is required. You have to, in future, manage an entire district. Entire district. And again, essential conditions in this question refer to the essential conditions required to promulgate ordinances. Just write that only, ordinances. Okay? All these things you have seen the previous slide. Mention that. So as I was saying, managing an entire district, lives of people will be at your at stake, in your hands. Okay, and you will be watching YouTube shorts there. Okay, wait, I'll inform the SDMA, the Disaster Management Authority, later on. Okay. Now, coming to judicial powers, one small question before we show you the slide. Tell me, the Supreme Court judges are appointed by the president. We know that. High Court judges are appointed by, write the answer. High Court judges are appointed by, some of you have written, thankfully. I knew it very well. Some of us will write the wrong answer. Both the Supreme Court and the High Court judges are appointed by the president. Most of it didn't the right answer, actually. That's good. We had seen that. I had mentioned that very clearly, that never forget, the appointment of both Supreme Court and High Court judges is done by the president, not the governor. He is consulted by the president while appointing the judges of the concerned state high court, but the appointment is done by the president only. Clear? But the judges of the district courts, the subordinate courts, their appointment, their posting, their promotion is made by the governor, but on the advice of state high court. Clear? State high court. This is the judicial part. Don't worry, all this is not real power of the governor. It is all done by judiciary. Okay? In our country, we have no concept of government appointing judges and all. Okay, so once we study judiciary, we'll discuss on how the appointments are done, both for the Supreme Court, High Courts, for the lower courts also. For lower courts, there are two types of appointments done. One is through promotion, the other is through examination. So a lot of you must be knowing that in your state there is an examination called Judicial Service Examination. We'll discuss all that when we study judiciary. Now, clemency powers. Tell me which article? Which article for clemency powers? Article 163 is just like Article 74. Tell me, clemency power of governor, which article? 161. Similar to Article 72 for the president. Now, there is no difference. Exact same power, nothing unique here. Just one differentiating or two differentiating factors. Number one, the governors cannot pardon death sentence. Governor cannot pardon a death sentence, can commute it, cannot pardon it. What is pardon? Absolved of all the guilt, free to go home, enjoy, right? The governors cannot pardon a death sentence. Second thing, he cannot use his clemency powers with respect to punishments or sentence by a court martial. What is court martial? Military court. Why? Because the states have no control over armed forces. The president is the supreme commander of the defense forces. President can pardon court martial. States cannot pardon it. States have no control over the armed forces. So these two are the only differentiating factors, but in all other cases, exact same powers, no difference whatsoever. Okay. Now, one more point which you should know. If you must have seen the movie, especially that when it comes to these life imprisonments, it is always shown as 14 years. Yes or no? In fact, I remember that in the class on pardoning powers of president, when I had asked this question, a lot of you had said 14 years is a par. 14 years is a year of number of years for life imprisonment. And then I had said, no, that's not the case. The life imprisonment refers to till the natural end of your life. But why are these movies always showing 14 years in general? Why this word 14 only? Why not 16, 18, 20, 25? Because there is a provision like this. Not for governor or president. They are above all these things. For the government. CRPC, the Code of Criminal Procedure, Section 432, it says that the government can remit sentences. Remission. Allowed by government, both central and state. Now, I don't want to embarrass you again, so I will not ask you what is remission. I'll tell it myself. Remission means reducing the period of punishment. That is called remission. Back few years back when we were studying the chapter precedent, then remission was a third point. Okay, remission. So the state governments and central government can reduce the period of punishment. But one more section is there in the same law, section 433 capital A. It says that in case of life imprisonment or death sentence commuted to life imprisonment remission cannot be done before 14 years. Not before 14 years. Meaning what? Meaning that if you are serving a life imprisonment, the state government can reduce your period of punishment, but to not less than 14 years. You have to go to be in the jail for at least 14 years. Are we clear? That is why after 14 years, you are eligible for remission from the state government also. No need to go to governor and all. You can use the state government's power also. State government can remit your sentence based on your good performance in jail, not performance, good behavior in jail, right? Or you have been a decent person there, well behaved person there. All this can be done. Are you clear on this, everyone? So this is what normally happens in the case of our most of our prisoners, where they are their punishment is reduced to 14 years, which has become a standard provision, which was also the case with respect to Bilkis Bano. Remember the shocking case where the Gujarat government, not governor, government. How? CRPC 433A. So in the Bilkis Bano case, in the year 2008, finally, these convicts were given death sentence, which was converted to life imprisonment. Death sentence, which was commuted to life imprisonment. 2008, punishment started. After how many years are they eligible for remission? Tell me. After how many years are they eligible for remission? 14 years. Add 14 years. So after 14 years in jail, in the year 2022, they could apply for remission from the state government also. They applied for it, they obtained it, and they were let off by the government. Are they clear? So in the Bilkis Bano case, the remission came not from governor but from state government under CRPC regulations. Now let me clarify. This limitation is not for the governor and president. Governors and presidents are not bound by such rules. They have the constitutional power to reduce your punishment to 1 day also, 1 second also, 1 nanosecond also. Clear? These limitations are only on state government, central government. This was used. Now, when it comes to the, I'm sure you must have read all these things in the newspaper of the various issues involved in the Bilkis Bano case. I won't go into the details of that and the nitty-gritties of the laws there. For example, the High Court, which gave the punishment, was the Bombay High Court. When all these people approached the Maharashtra government for remission, Bombay High Court said you go to Gujarat High Court, Gujarat government for remission. Why? Because you are under Gujarat government jail. So that is why they went to Gujarat government jail and Gujarat government for remission, and they filed for remission. Now remission has to be shown on good behavior. Please understand. Why would the state government show remission, reduce your period to 14 years only? On good behavior, remorse, the financial obligations you have to meet in your family, right? Your family condition. All these things are there. It is not some private act of grace being shown randomly based on religion, caste, etc. That's a problem, right? We've discussed all this earlier. But what did the state government do? It showed remission. Very good. Maybe the people had reformed. Who knows? Who knows? We can't be judges here. Okay. But let's get down to the realities of the case. Before showing remission, these people were out on parole for long periods of time. to meet their social obligation in life, attend some family function, etc. In fact, one such convict who was out of the jail on parole, he had been accused of a crime of sexual molestation while out on parole to meet some family obligation. Where is the good behavior? You are out from jail for a small period, and in that 1 month period, you are accused of committing an exact same crime. Where is the remorse? There is no remorse. And how can you simply remit the period to 14 years? And that's not it. The worst thing was that when these people came out, garlanding of these people as if they are some achievers, garlanding of these people by leading politicians who have studied from foreign universities. I won't want to name those people here, but politicians who have studied from foreign universities are garlanding them. That is shameful. Because Bilkis Bano is not a Muslim or just a woman. She's an Indian citizen and a human being after all. It's a crime against humanity. Let's be realistic here. It is a crime against a human being, and you cannot show pardons and commutations and remissions like this. So there has to be some basic level of dignity also, below which our politicians should never stoop. But we know very well what they do. This was the Bilkis Bano case. And let me just clarify, the clemency power is again on the advice of Council of Ministers. Okay, it is not the governor's power. I hope this point is clear. We've established this fact earlier only, right? So this is there with respect to the clemency powers of the governor. A small issue happened in case of Perari Valan also. Just not an important point, just to discuss this point. A.G. Perari Valan was a small kid when he was accused and later found guilty in the planning and plotting and the killing of the former Indian Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi. And in 1991, when he was killed, A.G. Perari Valan was 19 years old. And A.G. Perari Valan was convicted of purchasing the battery which was used in the bomb to kill Rajiv Gandhi. He was given death sentence by a local court at Tada, 1998, upheld by Supreme Court, 1999. In 2014, after 15 years, his and Murugan and someone else, I think Santhanam, who was his third person, these three people's punishment was commuted to life imprisonment. Then they filed for remission in front of governor that please reduce our punishment period. I was just 19 years old and all. In 2018, the cabinet government, the cabinet of Tamil Nadu, meaning the council of ministers, they recommended the governor, please show remission. Governor did not respond in the remission because the council of ministers had advised the governor, please show remission. Governor did not respond, did not sign only. So what happened was, this matter went to Supreme Court finally, and a statement was made, which we'll appreciate also. The Madras High Court had said that there is no time frame imposed on the governors and presidents to follow the orders of Council of Ministers or follow the advice of Council of Ministers because of the faith and trust attached to these constitutional posts. We should not misuse these powers. And Supreme Court in January 2021 showed a lot of displeasure with the governor's behavior because governor then later on sent the advice to the president. There is no such provision only that a council of ministers advice to the governor will be sent to the president. Anyway, finally, Supreme Court last year issued the orders to remit the sentence of these three people, releasing them itself. So these are classic cases where tussle happens because of the lack of the concrete provision that the governor is bound to follow the advice of Council of Ministers. So if that bound to is not mentioned, the governors can misbehave. But then I have to also point out one thing here. See, these people who were accused in the killing or later convicted in the killing of Rajiv Gandhi, now you may claim it was a 20-year-old case, 19-year-old case. This kid was just 19 years old and all. But after all, they were convicted of killing a former prime minister of this country, right? It's not a small crime. Now, I'm not saying that killing other human being is a very generic crime, but killing the prime minister uh, is different because it sends a different message to society. Understand? Every life is important. Yes or no? Just like killing a man and woman, equally disrespectful towards humanity. But killing a prime minister, a former PM, sends a very wrong message to entire society, which is what? Which is that nobody is safe. It sends down a terror in the eyes of people. This is a more grave offense than some other kind of offense. It's like accepting a bribe of 50 rupees and 50 crore rupees. Both are bribes only. Bribe is bribe, but the amount matters. Who you kill matters. Some of you may claim trying to act all cool. And no, it's all human beings. No, it's not all human beings. Logic is important, right? Killing a PM, a former PM, is way graver offense than killing some other human being because of the larger impact it has. The the enthusiasm shown by the state government in approving the remission of these three people, it was misplaced. I mean, just because you were trying to support an ideology of certain group of people and then killed one prime minister, uh, it is not appreciated, frankly, right? Of course, we should go ahead and always give scope for reform to people. But the amount of enthusiasm shown in showing mercy, has it been shown by the same state government for other kind of criminals? Not really. So these are political crimes, the nature of which is very crucial, sends a wrong message to society. So we have to be very, very cautious when we use our clemency powers because of a very wrong impact on society, right? Anyway, so that's again point. With respect to clemency powers. Anyway, so that's all. We are done with all the powers of the governor, which were largely not his own powers. But because I'll again repeat, because of the lack of the word bound by the advice is not mentioned, the lack of it, the governor sometimes take liberty and misuse their power, which is not there. Anyway, coming to now, special responsibility of the governor with respect to various states. With respect to various states, these are all mentioned in the constitution. So, in certain situations, the governor for some states has been given special powers. For example, in the case of Maharashtra and Gujarat, the areas of Vidarbha and Marathwada in Maharashtra, Saurashtra and Kutch in Gujarat, these areas had earlier been backward compared to neighboring areas in terms of, say, educational or economic backwardness. So, for these areas, special and separate development boards were to be set up, managed by the governor. Okay, Article 371. Second, for Nagaland, insofar as the internal disturbance continues in the Naga Hills and Tunsang areas, it continues. The governor has the power to control law and order. Are you understanding this point? Law and order, public order, police is under state list. You are giving the power of a state list topic to governor in the state of Nagaland, right? So this is one very unique way to showcase, because see, we understand Supreme Court has said that governor is an independent office and all blah blah blah. That is there. Okay, very good. But governors are ultimately accountable to the center. Yes or no? If your independence is compromised because of your appointment and removal, so the center indirectly also controls law and order in Nagaland. Then, in Schedule 6 areas, for Assam, Mizoram, Meghalaya, and Tripura, the governor has extra powers with respect to management of these areas. We'll discuss Schedule 6 areas separately. Then, Article 371C for Manipur, regarding the administration of the hilly areas of Manipur. 371F for Sikkim, governors can make regulations for the peace and the economic advancement of the people of Sikkim. 371H for Arunachal Pradesh. Again, the same old provision. The governors have power to control law and order in Arunachal Pradesh. Then 371J for the Karnataka Hyderabad region, the northeastern part of Karnataka, which is called Kalyan, Karnataka. So, in this part of Karnataka, the establishment of again a separate development board, just like that in case of Maharashtra and Gujarat. Okay, and under the law Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, law and order and allocation of government buildings to be given to Hyderabad. Okay. With respect to Hyderabad, to be given to governor, meaning insofar as Hyderabad remains a common capital, till the time Hyderabad is a common capital, the law and order in Hyderabad and also which government building should belong to which state government will be decided by the governor. So these are some special powers given to the governors in various states. So these special powers are for those states only, not for other states. Clear? And my advice would be to mug up all these articles, because the question in mains on the independence of governor and the discretionary power of governor can always be asked. It is very important, the recent events happening in the country. So it would be better if you mug up these as examples, right? Would serve you better in writing examples in your answer. Clear? Of course, in this case, it's the governor of Telangana only, because Hyderabad, for those who do not know, lies inside Telangana, not in Andhra Pradesh. Okay. Now, to summarize, two types of powers governor has. One is explicit, meaning mentioned in the constitution. Those powers which are clearly mentioned in the constitution. Explicit powers. One is referential veto. Article 200. This is Article 239, Clause 2. Very interesting. Let me explain. See, if you look at, say, the example of governor of any state, let's take the example of Punjab. Now, the governor of Punjab is Banwarilal Purohit. Okay. Any governor, any name is okay. This person is also made the in charge of Chandigarh. Whenever the governor is made the in charge of an adjoining union territory while performing the functions of Punjab, governor is bound by, or not bound, but follows the advice of Council of Ministers of Punjab. Yes or no? But for Chandigarh, governor acts independently. Are you clear? Whenever a governor is given the task of managing an adjoining union territory, when he is performing the task as a governor of a state, he has to follow the advice of council of ministers. But while he is handling the UT as an administrator there, he acts independently. It is mentioned under Article 239, Clause 2. Exact provision is mentioned. Then, special responsibility with respect to various states. You have the entire list of Articles 371, 371A, etc., etc. Then Article 167, remember the duty of the CM to furnish information to the governor. That's also there. Clearly mentioned in the Constitution. Okay. Then implied powers. Implicit, not mentioned. In the Constitution, but exist in the implied sense. Sending a negative, adverse means negative report. Under Article 356, President's Rule, Governor can advise on the President's Rule. Selecting CM in hung assembly. What is hung assembly? Tell me. Hung assembly. When? What? No party has a clear majority. This is an example of hung assembly. Then other things we know, dismissing the council of ministers when it cannot prove the confidence, when you have lost the no confidence motion or a NCM is passed, dismiss the council of ministers. And dissolving the assembly if the council has lost majority and no party is able to form the government. If no party is able to form the government, then we have to dissolve the assembly and go for elections. So these are again the powers which exist in the implied sense, not mentioned anywhere, but do exist. Okay, that's it. We are done with the post of governor. Please mark the answer for this question. 30 seconds of time should be sufficient. Okay, of course, the answer is Sarkaria Commission. We have seen this recently only. Sarkaria Commission gave the recommendation that they should be detached figures without any political links and should have been persons from outside the state. Okay, that's it with respect to the governor. Now, Council of Ministers, a very small topic. We have already done everything. Nothing needs to be discussed here. We know everything actually. So, what is with respect to Council of Ministers? First point, the exact provisions that are there for your Constitution, Articles 163, 164, 167 are applicable here also. With respect to the central level, exact same provisions. The position of the chief minister and the council of ministers is analogous, similar to the position of the prime minister and the council of ministers at the central level. So, same concept. You simply look at Article 164. Article 164 talks about the appointment of CM or other ministers by governor. Here also you have the collective responsibility. Here also, the maximum limit of Council of Ministers is how much? 15% of the total strength of the legislative assembly. One small question. The same thing is there for central level also. 15% of the total number of MPs of the Lok Sabha. What is the minimum? Tell me. Is there any minimum number of Council of Ministers at the central level? What is the minimum? Tell me. At the central level, there is no minimum. But at the state level, we have a minimum, that is 12. So every state must have at least 12 ministers, but not more than 15% of the total strength of the assembly. Minimum 12, maximum 15%. I hope this point is clear. This is mentioned under Article 164. Clear? A constitutional provision. That's there. Now, one more thing. When it comes to the constitution, it is very clear that the constitution mentions the post of prime minister, but it does not mention the post of home minister, education minister, external affairs minister. So should we have a post like that? Of course we can. Who decides? The PM decides. Of course the president gives the order. But at the state level, whether you have a finance minister, whether you have a home minister, we don't care. But in 4 states, it is mandatory to have a tribal welfare minister, whatever name you may call it. But the governor must appoint a tribal welfare minister in 4 states of Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and Madhya Pradesh. Constitutional provision. Clear? So this is there for these states. That's it. We are done with the Council of Ministers at the state level. Exact same things happen here also. Everything is exactly the same. If you know the center, you know the states. And lastly, the Advocate General of the state, just like the Advocate General at the central level, we have the Advocate General at the Attorney General at the central level. We have Advocate General at the state level. Article 165. He is the highest law officer in the state, right? He performs all functions which the Attorney General performs for the center, like he is the lawyer for the government, fights cases on their behalf, etc., etc. Right? Just 2 things. Remember, number 1, the appointment is done by the governor. One more thing, qualification. So please tell me, what is the qualification to be an Attorney General of India? What is the qualification to be Attorney General of India? Same as Supreme Court judge. Okay. So here, the qualification to be an Advocate General is same as High Court judge. Okay, that's the only point of difference we need to know with respect to the Advocate General. Done. Now moving on to state legislature. Okay, state legislatures. So, just like we had Article 79, we start our discussion on Article 168, which is state legislature, Part 6, 168 to 212. So, Article 168, like 179, state legislatures are organized along the lines of what? The governor, the Vidhan Sabha in all the states, and the councils in only 6 states. Okay, now comes a very important question. Uh, Before we discuss on how the members of council are elected and all, how to make a council? Like some of you belong to other states which don't have councils. Can your state make a council? Yes, they can with parliament's approval. Or can states like Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Telangana, etc., can they cancel a council? Yes, they can. I mean, a very interesting example is Andhra Pradesh. In 1958, Andhra Pradesh created a council. After a few years, it said, sorry, we don't want this council. Abolished the council. Again, after a few years, it said, sorry, by mistake, we cancelled it. Again, created it. So, what is happening? They are creating, abolishing. How to do this? What's the procedure? The procedure is mentioned in this article, Article 169. How LC, Legislative Council. Don't be shocked after 2 minutes. What is LC? Legislative Councils. How are councils created or abolished? So, same process is followed. Step 1. In your respective state legislature, the assembly has to pass it, right? Passing a resolution, passing a resolution in the assembly with a special majority. Meaning what? The same majority required to amend the constitution is required here also. It is not called amending the constitution, just the same type of majority is required. Now you can go back to your slides and see under types of majorities after amendment, there is a slide. Same majority used in other places. One such point is this also. So states will use this majority, combination of two majorities, and then approve it. Approve it, and then the bill is sent to the parliament. After passage, sent to parliament. The parliament is a final authority which will decide whether a state will have council or not. It must be approved by both the houses by a simple majority. What is simple? More than 50% present and voting. Once it is done, the uh, state government can issue a notification and a council can be created, or issue a notification and the existing council can be abolished. Clear? This is with respect to and how a council can be created or abolished. Let me just clarify one thing, guys. For those people who may ask this question in future, every state has assembly. All the states have assemblies. Andhra Pradesh has assembly. Bihar has assembly. Karnataka has assembly. Maharashtra has assembly. Telangana has assembly. UP has assembly. It is just that these 6 states also have a what? These 6 states also have a council. Clear? And state legislature comprises of the governor, it comprises of the council, and comprises of the assembly. Clear? Now, why do we need councils? Very important and pertinent question. Same things that we see for the Rajya Sabha. We need Rajya Sabha to keep a check on the hasty laws passed, ill-conceived laws passed in a hurry, right? Same thing. We need the Rajya Council to help check hasty laws, ill-conceived, poorly framed laws passed in hurry, hasty legislation, right? The so-called House of Corrections. Then it also helps non-elected members contribute to legislative process. Experts can provide their suggestions, right? Providing valuable suggestions. And also it represents the interest of special groups. So we'll see, not today, but in the next class, that it represents the interest of local bodies, represents the interest of graduates, and also the interest of teachers. Okay, how? Next class on Monday. So don't panic. But the harsh reality for these councils is these councils are nothing but just a house to delay the passage of bills. Any person who was not able to win the election, throw them in the council. Come on, enjoy. Park, place, put leaders who are not able to win elections. Okay, and as you may say that, sir, they are just like Rajya Sabha. Yes and no. Like Rajya Sabha, not exactly, because these councils do not have the same kind of power. They cannot call for, we don't have a concept of joint sitting only. These councils can only delay legislation, delay for maximum 4 months. That's it. Nothing beyond that. They cannot cause any kind of prevention of passage of bill. They can only cause a delay. And that is why a lot of states feel that they don't need the councils, because they strain states' finances. Just an additional burden on the state's finances. They are nothing but an additional burden on the state's finances. That is all as far as the councils are concerned. And that's all as far as today's discussion is concerned. We are done for the day. Okay. That's all for me, guys. Let's meet on Monday. Till then, Jai Hind. And yes, just to end our discussion with the task at hand, we'll discuss all about the councils in the next class, not today. So, firstly, of course, before people leave, let me show the leaderboard. Oh, I'm not sure why the leaderboard can't be seen right now. I think there's some problem with the leaderboard right now, so can't be seen. Apologies for that. Now, coming to your task at hand, today we'll follow the same pattern. Today, please read Yojana, the June month, gist compilation, next articles. In the chapter Political Theory, please read chapter 8 now. Okay. Of course, you will continue to read the monthly magazine. See, monthly magazine to be read only by those who are going to prepare in 2024. the month of May. Apart from it, revision of PPTs. As far as Lakshmikant is concerned, in case you won't read Lakshmikant, chapter 30, 31, and 32 can also be read. Governors and the Chief Minister, Council of Ministers. For Saturday, again go back to your Kurukshetra. 2 more articles for June. Political theory, chapter 9. Monthly magazine for May to continue and revise the entire topics taught in the week. Same goes for Sunday. Again back to Yojana, and you have to complete the June magazine of Yojana. Okay. Political theory, your book will be done. Chapter 10 will be finished. And I would assume that your monthly magazine for May should also be covered comprehensively by the end of Sunday. Clear? Okay. Now that is it with respect to the task at hand. In the meantime, please don't skip on mock tests. Please, I'm strictly advising you, don't skip on mock tests. Whether you are prepared or not, we don't care. You have to take the mock test. Mock test will make you realize where you stand. It will also pressurize you into performing well, etc. So please don't skip on mock tests. It reflects very poorly. Yojana Kurukshetra is mandatory for everybody. Political theory is mandatory for everybody. Monthly magazine is mandatory only for people appearing next year. Okay? Others can skip monthly magazine. Political theory, chapter 8 in Lakshmikant. Gayatri, please be serious. Political theory is a separate book only. NCRT. Political theory has 10 chapters, not 8 chapters, I believe. Or it has only 8 chapters. If it has only 8 chapters, then good for you. You'll be done with those chapters. But I suspect it has 10 chapters, right? Why are some of you telling 8 chapters? I have some different book, it seems then, which has 10 chapters. Interesting. Or you have a different book which has 8 chapters. Okay. Some of you are saying 10, some of you are saying 8. Let me see whether we have some older or new edition which has different chapters about. Okay. So I'll get back to you on Monday. In the meantime, if you have your book has only 8 chapters, then start from scratch once again. Chapter 1. Revise 3 times and then move on. If your book has 10 chapters, continue reading till the chapter number 10. Okay. Anyway, that's it. Any other questions? Chapter 8 is secularism, but we also have peace and development as 2 extra chapters. Come on, don't ask questions how to get monthly magazine now. After 10 days, what have you been doing for the past 10 days? Google search for. No, we cannot refer to Subhash Kashyap. Not required. Gayatri, political theory is an NCRT book. Lakshmikant chapters are mentioned here. What's the confusion? This is mandatory. This is optional. Simple. See, when it comes to 6th edition, 5th edition, not really. If you have a 3rd edition of Lakshmikant, then makes sense to purchase a new one. If you already have the 5th edition, don't. Okay. Kishan, we can address this concern once we are done with the councils and the entire passage of bills. Don't worry, we'll discuss that. Down to Earth magazine, your geography faculty will tell you I am not the right person to make a comment on that magazine. Yes, Siddhartha. Siddharath. MLC members can become ministers. In fact, the CM of Bihar is an MLC. Uh, no, no. See, guys, when I say monthly magazine, I am saying the entire magazine, including uh, economics, IR, everything. It's okay. It's very basic. They give you explanation. Mug up the magazine. You have to mug it up as facts. Once you study economics, you will understand all those things also. Don't skip those things. Yes, Kishan, it's a unitary bias. That is why we say that the Indian constitution has a centralizing tendency. Ritiksha, MLC's election will be discussed in the next class. Please don't ask questions on MLCs right now. We have not finished the topic. It is there. We still have topics at hand. Don't worry. Composition. We'll be explaining all these things later on. Don't worry. That's it. Let's end our discussion here today. Guys, in case you have your doubts, your experts will keep on addressing those concerns. And for anything else, we'll come back on Monday and continue our discussion further. That's all for me, guys. Jai Hind.